I'll talk about that
If
later.
everybody, it's 2 minutes past 7. There is a sign-in sheet going around. If you could just sign in, that would be great. I think it's over on that side now. We have cable TV ready, so if you're ready to go, good. Thank you. So, welcome, everyone. It's been a while. Seems to be. Welcome, everyone, for the reunion of the Victory Field Ad Hoc Phase 2 Committee.
Where's the band? That's all I want to know.
We, sorry, we don't want to violate the noise ordinance by having a band, but, so we're glad to have Glenn and his team from CDM Smith here with the 25% design review of the Victory Field track and court renovations. So I would like to, so we have, I just want to know, so for those of you who don't know me, I'm Vinnie Piccirilli. Tony Palumba is my co-chair. We've got Steve Magoon, Ann Cordy, Elodie Thomas, Elliot Friedman. Ryan is here. Mike Lahiff is left the Watertown. So Ryan here is the new athletic director from the Watertown Public Schools. So he's sitting in place of Mike Lahiff. And of course, we have Peter Santola from the rec department. So I think the plan is, so this is going to be relatively informal. The idea is to just sort of review what the design team has done. We could sort of ask questions. If you had a chance to look at the drawings ahead of time, some of the things, the committee didn't come up with a concrete plan, but asked the design team to come up with a range of options. So some of them, there may be 3 options that we can look at. We can sort of weigh which one we like best, just sort of popular. There's not really going to be a vote or as an official committee meeting, because the committee has officially been disbanded. But we can at least weigh in on what we like. So as you look at the drawings, think about what you like, think about what you don't like, and let's see if we can just give some feedback so that leaving this meeting, Glenn can go and have continue the construction drawings for the project. Yes.
What is 25%?
25% design means if you think 100% design is ready to go out to bid to contractors, this is not at that stage. It's about a quarter of the way there. It's a common term in the construction business, but it's really hard to measure exactly 25%. So it's about 25%. So that means that some of it is still conceptual at the 25% range because some decisions haven't been made. Once it gets to sort of the 75%, they're actually doing the actual construction documents that engineers can look at to bid for. But really there's still some unresolved design issues at the 25% stage. So we have the flexibility to change stuff at this point because we haven't gotten too far into it. I do want to point out that Mark Leonard, who's also a member of the committee, he was planning on being here, but he got unexpectedly called out of town on a business trip. So he sent me an email this morning with his regrets for that. The other thing is there's probably going to be a lot of information that you're going to see tonight. Some of you may not have had a chance to look at it ahead of time. All these drawings are on the town website on the recreation page. So you can look at them, and if you go home and you think about stuff over the next week or 2 weeks and you have any questions or additional input, you can send an email. You can either send it directly to me or you can send it to Steve Magoon, and we'll make sure that your comments get incorporated in moving forward with the design. So, and I also want to point out that we also have, as part of the design team, a gentleman from Musco Lighting who is designing the lighting portion of the project. So if you have any questions about lighting, we do have the lighting expert here to answer that question, so that if that will be helpful to people. So without any further ado, I would like to turn it over to Glenn, and you can walk us through what you've prepared.
Again, Mike Berry from Musco is here with me. He's going to,
If you
Take
want to
one out.
use, Glenn, if you want to talk
One out?
using
Take that out.
the handheld mic, that would be probably, you can pretend you're a lounge singer.
We put it in with crazy glue, Glenn, because it was always falling over.
how's that?
Much
Great.
better.
All right, so Mike Berry's here from Musco. He's been working very closely with us on the light pole locations, the heights, everything we discussed during the previous sessions. I want to thank everybody for coming, first of all, and hopefully you did have a chance to look at all the material we put up on the website. We've got everything here, and I didn't plan a formal PowerPoint, but Mike's going to help us out when we're talking about different plans or when questions come up. He'll be able to pull everything that we have up here on the boards. I also have Nick Watkins, another landscape architect from my office. He specializes in low-impact development and green infrastructure. He does a lot of plaza-type work, and he actually had a couple of concrete and pavement companies come into the office and look at this project with him and sit down and look at what the options were for the needs we had for what we're looking at as a complete streets, knowing it's going to be used by both pedestrians and vehicles. So he's going to get up and talk about that in a minute. I just want to kind of generalize what we've done since the last meeting. We did develop a 25% set of plans, and the question came up. What you're seeing on the screen there and on the boards here, this is what we call conceptual design, color-rendered graphics that relay kind of the general idea of what we want to do. We have a set of drawings here that was placed up on the website also. This pretty much is what will go to the contractors to bid it, but as Councilor Piccirilli said, this is just 25%, but this is what consists of a 25% design. Typically, it's enough a level of detail that we can come up with preliminary cost estimates, which would be important for, as a town council, considers moving forward with the project. So, we updated the color-rendered concept plan to include every element that was decided on during the previous meetings. There was nothing that we could not incorporate as we started to refine everything. I don't think there's one thing that came out of that meeting that is not being incorporated in some way or another. We developed options for the complete streets concept. If you remember, CDM Smith was sent back to come up with options, which we'll talk about a little bit tonight. We developed options for decorative entrance from Orchard Street into the park. Same thing, we'll go through some of those options tonight. We did complete that. You may remember along the residences behind Catherine Street, that retaining wall, that was a concern of mine early on. We finished our evaluation of that. We submitted a report to the committee. And the good news is there is no wholesale need to tear that wall out and rebuild it. There's some stones that need to be replaced. There need to be some regrouting. And our structural engineer did recommend, as we had talked about in the meeting, that we would pull the fence off that wall, reinstall it inside the wall, just to prevent any kind of future erosion. So there's going to be some work on it, but much less than I had thought as a novice looking at this, not a structural engineer, so that's good news.
Did you check the wall, the area along the tennis courts, Glenn? Because that was another.
We're taking that out anyway. That's
So
going
you're
to
going to redo that
We're
area?
putting a whole new wall with a fence in along the property line, just as we had discussed in those previous meetings.
Thank you.
Another good news, our electrical engineers confirmed that all the overhead wires can be taken out, the telephone poles can be taken out, and we can put all the electrical can be done in conduit. It is going to require a new transformer. We've been battling, trying to figure out where we're going to put that transformer, because the best location is right at the entrance where we're trying to do something nice and decorative, but we'll work that out and try to come up with something that's very aesthetically pleasing. We refined the layout of the triangle green space, which you'll see on one of these boards. Our current preliminary design adds 19 new large shade trees to the site, 36 new flowering trees, and right now, we're replacing 2 large shade trees along Orchard Street. And as we get closer to going to bid, if there's any other trees, we'll work with Chris Hayward of the town to see if it may be worth replacing, any others on the site. But so pretty good increase of trees, and we know that was important to a lot of people in the meetings. And then we reviewed the storage options. That was kind of still up in the air, other than the direction to look at behind the bleachers, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in detail. We're showing a 500 square foot storage unit on the plan up against the bleachers. We think there's about 480 square feet in the current containers, and we had said we might need another 80 for the track equipment, so we're in range. If that, the way we've laid this out, the building can grow 5, 6, even 10 feet on either side without really much impact at the site. So we think we're in pretty good shape as far as storage capacity in the new building. And then we completed our existing stormwater calculations, but we couldn't go too much further. We know we want to put some kind of an infiltration system underneath the tennis courts, but a lot of what we do with the entrance drive, with this whole complete streets concept and type of paving and how that drains, has a big impact on the size of that subsurface structure and things like that. So that's probably one of the things that may not be exactly at 25%. It's still waiting for us to catch up with some of these other ideas. Some things that are not reflected, as I went through I went through a couple extra times this morning. There was talk of removing the security light over by the tot lot and replacing that with something lower impact. That's not showing currently anywhere, but we will make sure that gets in. And then we're not really showing anything at the exit towards Marion Street, but we will do something, clean up the sidewalk, put a new, a brand new vehicle control gate of some kind. It'll look nicer, but we're not really reflecting anything on the plan yet. And then we haven't done any, we have looked at, again, in a conceptual standpoint, looking at LIDs, BMPs, a rain garden, and the subsurface chambers as far as the area that it would take beneath the tennis courts. So, Mike, do you want to just talk quickly about some of the changes you think we might make from what we're showing on the plan right now to accommodate the Dark Skies initiative?
Sure. My name is Mike Berry again from Musco Lighting. I was here, I don't know, not too long ago doing this for Filipello, I think, phase 2. One of the topics that came up during that presentation was the request to have IDA, International Dark Skies, review the lighting design to make sure that it's neighborhood friendly and that it's compliant with the standards that they've set forth. So some of the modifications and changes that we've done to the lighting design are to address that design criteria. So we have still a 4-pole system for the track. I guess it's behind here. For the track, the only thing that's shifted a little bit is some of these tennis court poles. They're still along the outside perimeter, but they've broken up in groups of 2. So these ones have to shift a little bit, and these ones shift over. That allows us to maintain the light within that confined space. So the requirements that IDA has set forth is it references backlight, it references uplight, it references glare. So there's design criteria for all of those so that if you're 150 feet from the edge of the playing surface, you're not looking at anything more than a porch light kind of from those fixtures. So that's this design criteria. Since we were last up here, Musco has come out with a few new fixtures, different wattage, different output. So on this design, we've utilized some of those different types of fixtures that we have. It's still all LED, but there's kind of a mix between a 1200 watt, a 900 watt, a 600 watt, so that we can control and direct where that light needs to be so that we meet that design criteria. So again, this is a third-party review. It's nothing that Musco submits. It would be from the town of Watertown would submit it to IDA, the photometric design, and then they would get that stamp or certification from IDA. So it's independent of Musco. We have the design criteria, so we made sure we modeled it around that. I would say it would be at any point in which you know that the layout of the field is solid, because any adjustment to pole is going to impact how it affects the glare or the spill.
All right, thank you, Mike. And we'll come back for any questions for Mike. I'll turn it over to Nick Watkins. I mentioned earlier he did a lot of research and discussing with some concrete and bituminous professionals on the surface options for the complete streets. So I'll just let him talk a little bit through that, and then we will move on to some of the entrance options. Mike, if you want to pop up the streetscape 2 board, I think.
1 and 2.
And I just think, let's just have Glenn run through everything first, and then we'll come back to questions, so, because some of your questions may be answered by some future slides. So let's, I think it'd be better if we just run through everything first, and then we'll come back for.
Sure, great, Vinnie.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name's Nick Watkins, and I'll talk a little bit about the concept of the complete streets and what we're showing here on these boards. So the main concepts here are, number one, safety, and once that's taken into account, this concept of taking back some of the streetscape, which is usually just for vehicular traffic, and trying to create an open plaza space where it can be used or better utilized by pedestrians. So what we're showing here is kind of an amalgam of complete streets as it would be determined by the NACTO, which is the National Association of City Transportation Officials, and they have some great guides as to how to do these things safely, so you're accommodating both the vehicular traffic and the pedestrian traffic in a space. And we're also showing some concepts that would be typical of something called a Woonerf, which is a Dutch design, and it means a living street. And it's a great application for this area because we have a low traffic street, vehicular traffic street, and a need to bridge the gap between both sides of the streetscape to make this a more complete facility and just allow for people to move between these spaces and utilize the space that isn't being used currently. So what we're showing right now, you can see this is one of our concepts. And what we've done is we've taken the existing streetscape and we've ramped up at the entrance right before you get to the bleacher section. And we've made this whole streetscape flush all the way down until you move to the kind of second bay for the current parking areas. And what that does is it makes this entire space accessible. So people can move across this freely, and it allows it to become more of an active plaza space. So currently, we're showing 10-foot lanes. It was a very tight squeeze getting through there with existing conditions in order to accommodate the track space and not have to move any of the facilities that are currently in place, like the elevator for the bleachers. A very tight squeeze, but we did manage to get 2 10-foot traffic lanes through there and have an accessible sidewalk to get you up to that elevated area. So from the forward parking bays, this whole area is accessible. You can move into the site, and once you move into the site, it's completely accessible all the way through. For materials, there are some great options here to get creative, and we looked through a couple materials. We had a couple we had a couple vendors come in showing us what and we would consider them to be the best in their field right now, to show a couple products, what are our options. So our first option, we thought bituminous concrete or asphalt. There are some options for stamping that, bringing some color in. It's called an impressed thermoplastic. It kind of looks like a faux brick. It would be a lower cost option, a fairly easy install, but you're limited as far as how you can apply that to the streetscape. It would also get very difficult when you get off into the periphery in these areas to create the forms to set that in place. So then we looked at options for concrete. You can put in some typical concrete walks. You can do something called an admix where you add some color to those. So you can get some interesting colors and you can kind of differentiate that from your typical city sidewalk. Where it can get interesting is when you take the aggregates and the admixtures that you put into the concrete, you can create some exposed aggregate concrete, which will have some interesting textures. You can have a little bit of sparkle to it. You've probably seen it in some cities where the sidewalk's sparkling up at you. There are all kinds of options, and this can be laid down in very intricate patterns, and it's up to the designer and the public and the public process of determining what the design is. The sky's the limit. So here's an option. It's angular, just showing that you can alternate patterns. You can create some crisscrossing, and you can kind of pull that pattern from the streetscape off into the sidewalk. And then can we move to the second one? Yeah, sure. Here's an option that's a little more simple, but we're taking patterns and colors and we're pulling them across the streetscape. All of this is to encourage movement and to alert traffic that this space is different, this is a shared space, and there's little differentiation between the sidewalk and the streetscape itself. There are elements that you can pull into this, such as bollards, street lights, that you can place to make it easily recognizable where the drive lanes are, but as a pedestrian, you're not going to notice these as much, and it just makes the space have that open feeling to it. So a lot of the determining factors for these two preliminary designs were existing conditions. There are some great, healthy existing trees, and we did our best to work around those. We also did our best to kind of incorporate some more ornamental trees in there as we could. These planters could be added in, and any location throughout this streetscape, but we picked a couple where we thought they wouldn't be obstructions to traffic, and they would enhance the kind of blank spots for the existing canopy. We also have the new storage facility here, and obviously the entrance to the Victory Field facility right now. So we're looking at the entry to the Victory Field facility as a node. It's a central point. This is kind of where a lot of the traffic is going to be moving between these two spaces, and we kind of radiate it out from this node with these designs to have this be a focal point. This is kind of the heart of this area, and these designs radiate out from that point throughout the site. And on both of these concepts, we took the streetscape all the way out to the entryway on the main road and throughout to the tennis courts and the access path throughout the facility. For the decorative, yeah, right. So Glenn made a good point there. So the option with this concrete, you can create a decorative edging. You can just bring small parts of this of the decorative concrete and kind of weave it throughout the facility, so it has a continuity of the design, and we can blend that into the existing sidewalks that we're proposing. Yeah, well, I'd also like to talk about the benches a little bit here. So we're proposing a couple we can do a couple options as far as seating. We can do your typical park bench. These can have backs to them. They can be two-sided, which will allow you to face whatever direction you want. We also have some improvisational seat wall planters and seat wall sections throughout this area, which allow for people to face each other in any configuration that they want. These can be small sections, they can be longer sections, and this is something that we can play with to kind of elevate these seating areas and kind of have a vertical plane to this streetscape, along with the trees, to kind of pull those textures that we're pulling in with the surface concrete and try to blend them into the rest of the site. So if we move on to the open space. The green space board, yeah. So here you can see that we've taken some of these streetscape banding concepts and pulled them throughout the new proposed green space. And we really see this.
Till we
Sure.
find it.
Oh, yep.
It's the first, the second one. No, the third one.
Got it?
The third one.
From the
There's
beginning.
one more. We'll go back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Somewhere where I'm not standing in front of it.
It's page 3 in the packet.
Everyone all set? Okay, for the green space, again, like the streetscape, a lot of this design was dictated by, so the refurbished facilities and also the existing trees. If you look at this plan, you can see a couple of the larger trees off to the left, the ones in the foreground on the bottom right, and one of the ones directly adjacent to that front corner of the basketball courts. Those are all existing trees that we want to save. So trying to look at circulation and creating a usable open space. These were a determinative factor in this final design, 25% final design. It's still open for tweaks, but this open lawn space is a great amenity, and we want to enhance it. So what we're showing here is taking the current layout and just elevating it slightly so that it's not as much of a depression as it is currently, creating a flat, open, usable space, and trying to program a little bit of passive recreation, typical park amenities in here to complement the programmed sports amenities that are happening at the same time. There's a great opportunity here for a shade structure in the foreground. You can see it. This is just a general shade structure. This is just a placeholder concept. This could be customized. It could also be, it could hold some storage for the sports fields. It could also have some picnic table seating in it. There are a lot of programming options that we can include in this shade structure. And then there's opportunities for extra seating. So we've included some multi-use game tables in this current design that you can see flanking that curved path that kind of bisects the green space. So these would be different than a picnic table seating. They would be a little bit more programmable, an intimate seating, one-on-one game space, and that would transition into just an open lawn space where we have some new 30-seat bleachers and a couple benches facing the new tennis courts and the 8-lane straightaway for the track section. So,
Gateway Concepts. All right, thank you, Nick. Gateway Concepts, yep. Oh, well, let's go to the mural wall first. Okay, yeah, so this may have thrown everybody when they first saw this, if they looked on the website, saying, where did this come from? Because we certainly didn't talk about this during the previous meetings, but one of the things that's bothered me out at this site since we did phase one was the back of those bleachers. You come down through the access drive and you're looking under the bleachers and you've got the existing fence that's got the growth on it. So actually one of my colleagues at the office came up with the idea of knowing that we'd probably be putting some kind of a storage structure in front and maybe some additional trees and benches to enhance the streetscape plaza. Why not provide some kind of a fabric backdrop on the back of the bleachers so you're not sitting there and looking under the bleacher? And I thought it was a fantastic idea. So she developed just a few options just to get some reaction at this meeting. And if you want to just flip through those, Mike, they're all in the one file there. This was just more looking at the other side of Victory Field, and the history of Watertown in general. You've got the cannon, you got the tower, you've got the entering Watertown sign. I thought she did a great job of pulling that in. Next. And then if you want to go more, because on the other side is the recreation facility, here's just the Raiders logo and the different sports they play over at Victory Field on the main field. I don't really know how to comment on this one, to be honest. I thought it was,
unicorn option.
I figured I would show everything that she came up with, and it was creative, probably a little too flashy for, especially with the history of Victory Field, but I'm sure there's probably some people that might like this, so I figured I'd leave it in. And then just kind of abstract vegetation, and then the last one, I may be kind of boring. This was my favorite, more just looks almost like a live wall, but it's just fabric on the fence. And again, someone at my office was looking at this wall. I thought you had a building there. I said, this is just graphic, something, building still be there. This would be a backdrop, so as you're coming from different angles, you'd see it, and you just wouldn't be able to see underneath the bleacher. So that's what that really is all about. And then if you want to go to the entrance options, please. So this is just a view of what's there now. One thing that I thought about as we started looking at these entrances, all the meetings we went through, and even Vinnie's closing statement, talked about the process we went through, and I know it was a lot of hard work, and we really appreciate everybody's input on this. And there, even the closing statement mentioned the need to share this space for the athletics and the school department and the community that uses this space as their public park. And I started thinking, you know, we really didn't, and in the closing statement, the word history was mentioned, but we didn't talk a lot about history during those meetings. So I thought, I know we had mentioned moving the cannon, but I thought, what better way to really bring about the historical aspect of this site in combination with creating some kind of a special entry by moving the cannon does us two things. One is opens up the space for the complete streets, the storage, but then it also really, as you're coming by the site, even if you're not using it, you know, with an entrance that designates the, you know, the field as Victory Field, and with the cannon, I think it totally changes the image of Victory Field as you're even just driving by and as you're entering. So that was one of the things. Every concept, you're going to see the cannon in that location. And we'll just flip through some of these. Again, we just came up with ideas to generate comments and get feedback on. So this was one more of an arch concept. The height of that isn't fixed. You know, as we got into final design, we would make sure that any vehicles that the town uses for maintenance or school buses, that is high enough to accommodate a school bus. I believe it's high enough to accommodate any vehicle. We did something similar down Pounce and Hewitt Fields in Attleboro several years ago. There was a similar kind of an arch, different materials, but to honor some fallen firefighters. So, and in this you can see the cannon. It's relocated. Just a circular bench sitting out front, more just a seat wall really is what that is. Some landscaping. The previous slide just had the landscaping to screen the two on the right. Those boxes are the existing utilities for the power, and then we are showing a third one in there. Like I said earlier, we're going to have to figure out how we would work that into the design to be most aesthetically pleasing and less obtrusive to the site. This was just a completely opposite concept. The first one was kind of more pulling in the brick and the columns that we did under Phase 1 when we created the Wall of Fame and the entrance to the Victory Field, the athletic field for Phase 1. It's just another kind of concept. Materials really haven't been called out, just kind of a V for Victory and an abstract. And then a little more modern kind of granite seat blocks with the cannon right in the backdrop. Yep. A little bit different rendition, just reducing those columns, not having an overhead arch. A little more simplistic on the naming of the park and the field. Cannon's still there. You can go ahead. The rest of these are pretty much just different color options, whether we went with like a granite fascia on the columns. I know it did come out in one of the meetings. A couple people at previous meetings had said they'd like to see something other than brick, but I think that's something that the town needs to, the community needs to think about. Like I said, I think it's kind of important to bring out the history of the site and match some of the stuff, but completely open to the preferences as far as aesthetics go. I personally kind of liked this. I don't know if anyone remembers, but there was an old column over by the old maintenance facility back when the field, before Phase 1 was done, at the entrance. There was an old column, and it had a plaque on it, which we moved to the Wall of Fame when we did Phase 1. But I kind of wanted one concept that reminded me a little bit of that. That wasn't red brick on those columns, but that's kind of what I thought of as we were developing this one. And then very similar, just reduced brick piers with the cannon kind of coming through the middle of one of the walls. I kind of liked, I felt like that framed the cannon a little bit, which I liked. And then the final one, I think. And this, you can't really tell from this. This was kind of, I asked to have the columns kind of turned more, instead of side, as a side, paralleling Orchard Street. These turn in, so as you come in, you're seeing the walls on each side as you drive in, and as you walk down, the cannon has the two walls on the side. I think that's it, right? So with that, I know there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of comments, which we're looking for. Well, yeah, you can put the plan back up. But basically, that concept plan, like I said, incorporates everything that was decided on at the previous meetings. I don't know that we need to go through every item on there. But if anyone has questions, a couple things. I know we were questioning whether we could get prefabricated pit covers for the long jump, and we confirmed that they can custom size those, so we're good on that. Oh, one more thing on here. We had some concepts for the landscaping over by the tot lot. Tot lot landscape, sorry. Nick, I'm going to let you talk about these because you developed these prior to, you remember these?
Go ahead. Sure, well, we can go through them in any order. Okay, for the tot, we have the existing tot lot, and then there's an opportunity where a pine tree has been lost, and we were looking to put in a little bit of extra screening, and there's a little bit of sliver in that transition there. So we're looking at ways that we can add on to the tot lot. They wouldn't exactly be like an active playground equipment, but just ways. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. So it wouldn't necessarily be an active playground equipment, but something that'd be a little bit more imaginative. So this option one, we looked at creating some seating. So we would take that seat wall concept, and it would be inward facing towards the playground, so people could sit in the shade over on that seating. And in the open space in front, we looked at having a couple mounds. These would be a turf mound that are kind of just a little playful gesture for kids to go around and have some imaginative play around them safely. They can climb up and down, run around them. It's just a good way to get a little bit of green space into the playground and have something that's a little less structured. You can go to option two.
Yes, I was going to say,
I said turf, right? Yes, turf. Yes.
grass.
Yes, yes. So not artificial turf. So if I say turf again, it's real turf. Here's another, and what I failed to mention on that first one is that we're looking at bringing some ornamental plants in, things that have some winter appeal, things that flower in the spring, just creating a nice buffer for the playground there. And so this concept, we looked at using a straight wall, and again, these walls could be benches. We're just looking at seating and how we can fit this into the site. And here we have an interesting kind of surface level mural. So this option that we're proposing is looking at the Charles River as it runs through the section of Watertown. This could be interactive, it could be educational, kids could have some fun with it. So that would be an option where it would be hardscape, but we could program it with the art that we placed on the hardscape itself. Next, please. So this option is a little bit more formal, where we would have some more of these seat wall, or they could just be normal bench planters, where we would bring some of the vegetation out. We would take some of the hardscape in and around, and it kind of creates a fun area where you can have this circuitous path that you can run through. People can sit across from each other. They can sit facing the playground. They can sit in a shaded spot. It's kind of an amalgam of the first two options, and creating a little bit more of an intimate space for seating, a little bit denser vegetation for the buffer there. So I think these three options give a good idea of what could be done with the space. It's a small space.
Thank you, Nick. Or we could just do a simple screen. I know that may be what people desire, just to enhance the buffer or the screen between the parking lot and the private residence there. You want to go back to the main plan to see if... everything, like I said, everything pretty much, we're meeting all the requirements and all the directives by the committee. The circle at the end of the entrance drive, the 50-foot diameter, it's enough to get standard-sized vehicles around. No buses are going to be turning around in here anymore. They'd be exiting through like they do now. We've left all the parking that was as directed by the committee on this plan, with the exception, depending on what entrance concept we go with, we might want to take one spot, if you look at where the word Gateway is written on Orchard Street, just the first spot to the left, in order to really do what we want to do at that entrance, we think we need to lose one parking spot there to make that more of a kind of a grand entrance. So I think that's a lot of information, so I think if you want to turn it over to questions, we can start there.
Sure. So why don't the committee start with questions? Let's start with Steve. And just get your thoughts about this.
I was going to start with a comment more so than a question. I want to congratulate Glenn on, I think, taking a really difficult assignment and a lot of information that was hotly debated for a long time, and I think really have done a great job balancing those interests, balancing the community use of the park and the athletic use of the park, and addressing everyone's needs. You know, at least from my perspective, as I look at it, I don't think anybody's really lost on this, you know, these option designs. I think it is a creative, artistic, and thoughtful approach to all those things. And so while I may have some opinions about some of the options, I think overall, congratulations. I think you did a great job.
Sure. Dan, you want
I agree with Steve. Great job, Glenn. Awesome. I think we'll all have our personal preferences. The one question I had, and I know that we haven't really, it wasn't our job to deal with budgeting or money, but the question I had is there a big difference between all of the options in terms of cost?
I would say there'll be some cost differences in the entrance options, and there would be a cost difference in going with the complete street. The recommendation that came out of the research Nick did and what he's recommending is the exposed aggregate, the colored exposed aggregate.
Right.
There's a difference between that cost and standard paving. But between different color options, things like that, I think the recommendation is we're looking at the exposed aggregate concrete and carrying some of those strips down, and that there's nothing really we're showing that is different. I think you get into more cost if you go with the arch for the entrance with the sign and things like that. Obviously, the less you see on the plan, the cost is less. If you wanted to go with the gray, the granite facing on the columns, that would add a little bit of cost. The brick would be a little cheaper, but there's the granite has longer term wear and tear. There'd be, you wouldn't be worried probably, but 20 years you'd be down the road, you'd be dealing with those brick piers a little bit to refurbish them. Anything else coming to mind that really would add the cost? I mean, looking at the streetscape stuff, whether you go with, we're showing a lot of different things there for comment, but
Right.
if you just went with the bollard lighting versus bollard lighting and vertical lighting, so there's a lot of things involved. I think when it comes time to presenting to town council, we can have some of the cost breakdown for that purpose and just show, there's a $100,000 difference if we do this, this, and this.
Right.
By then, we'll kind of have a very conceptual overall cost estimate too. So if it's a $2.5 million project and it's $100,000 to do certain things, that may not seem like, such a big deal, so.
Yeah.
I am so excited, and Nick, I love the variation of plant materials, adding bushes and flowering things and shrubs, because just trees doesn't do it. Understory is really important, so I really love what you kind of are doing with that tot lot, and especially if kids can really see texture. I've gotten several calls about the plan, of course. If I could just go quickly through some of my favorite things and then comments that it was given. The tables that were here under this little pathway, I've walked this area with several people in town that wanted to kind of review it, and we're adding 2 lanes to the sprint track. So this is getting pretty narrow when you think about it. And so I'm not sure if the tables there would really work. I believe that Whit, the track coach, I think recently retired, some of the kids were looking for some tables maybe under that shade structure that they could be in. The area that people really asked for tables as well was over on the Orchard Street side where we have those trees, that people could sit and look out over the field and kind of hang out with a cup of coffee, because this almost, it doesn't we don't want to get too picnicky table here, because we have all the tables over here on the stadium side, best way I can refer to it. But, so that was a main comment, because the tables were really, people were looking to sit over here so they could look out. Going to the next, which is the green space, the benches was a critical concern, Glenn, because many people walk there, are older, and they're looking for some seating with backs and arms to be able to push up. Also, people with small children, a little easier than just being on a flat surface. I'm going to speak for what I really love. I love the texture, the pattern texture in the Waldorf that really says this is a different space. I think it's dramatic, the kind of cute, squared thing. I don't know if you can put that up anywhere again, versus the one with the circles, because somebody said that looks like a car turnaround. Yes, that pattern I love, because it really speaks to a public plaza kind of space, and especially when you add in the trees and benches and things. Continuing, what was the other big issue? The big issue from vets in town was the cannon. I personally kind of love the Victory Field medal at the top. I think it's cool, a little bit edgy, but the cannon could be exposed, as in some of your later renditions. Yeah, it's much more open and it's more impactful, you really see it. And, you can have a plaque there that indicates the importance of the cannon, but hidden behind this impaling gate fencing, which is the one thing that everybody disliked because of all the pointing. It's bad feng shui. Somebody says bad feng shui. It looks like spears. It's evil looking. I know that there is some fencing that has a cap across the top, which would totally change it, but the plant material here was great, but I truly do love the archway. I guess my second favorite would be the one that you mentioned with the big piers, the Victory Field, but the archway felt kind of dramatic, and it also, for many of us, felt that people would slow down when they go in there because it's dramatic. You're entering our living room at Victory Field, so to speak. Again, benching issues, and let's see if I have anything else, my critical comments.
The lighting.
That's about it for my first round, but,
The lights on the,
oh, the lights, that's the other thing that we didn't really talk about. There are so many lights along that walkway. We have both like street lights and we have bollard lights. And one of the biggest issues, as you know, is lighting that's invading our spaces at Victory Field. I didn't know why we needed so many lights, because it's not a street where people are going to be driving through 24/7. So that was a little off-putting for many people, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 or more street light kind of things, ornamental lighting, and then probably almost an equal number of bollard lightings. And for dark sky considerations, that's a hell of a lot of lighting in this little area, so that's another comment. But
I think one of the things we were trying to do was introduce a little more vertical elements, so if those became more banner poles or something like that, and not,
and
or reduce the number.
I was really excited when Nick told me that these, how do you call it, these screens, these mural walls could be exchanged for very short money, because you could do different things at different times of the year. I did get a couple of comments from young women who said the figures all look like they're male in the one that shows the sports, and of course our hockey team is probably the winningest, if that's a word, team in town, and were there any female figures in that? Okay, I won't say what they actually said because we're on television. And they had comments about some of the other murals, but, those could be exchanged, which is kind of cool. And I thought, wow, we can not only focus on our sports teams, but when we have a robotics team that does something cool, it'd be kind of a highlight wall of cool things that are going in town, or art students design something. This could be really kind of a much more interactive, creative space. So it's very, very exciting. Thank you.
Great. Elliot?
One of the things that has been mentioned is signage. Other than the entrance that says Victory Field, what are you thinking about signage and where and what type of signage?
Yeah, thank you. And to be honest, as of this 25%, as I mentioned, I was looking through all the elements of that came out of the committee over. I did see the one on wayfinding, so we haven't done anything on it. We will be introducing wayfinding signage during, the next level as we go to 50% design. We'll get those ideas passed by the committee. Wouldn't be real Be pretty simple. It would basically, entrance, it would be signs to denote the fact that the change in space from the entrance drive to the shared use, and then just directions to the Victory Field, directions to the track, the field house. So we wouldn't go crazy, but we'll come up with some graphics, and we'll get those by the committee as we move to 50%.
I just wanted to add to the overload, the information I could for, just to reiterate what, on Orchard Street, having both seating and, thank you, and perhaps some flower beds, whether it be perennials or something, to in that area where you're having the seating or trying to coordinate it. I know, actually, I like your green space, so that's by the tennis courts. I think that works well. In terms of the murals, I'm sorry, did you want to?
No, I did want to confirm, because Elodia brought that up too. You are talking about in here, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that is a popular spot. In terms of the entrance, I'll give you one of my biases, which is I think it's useful to reuse the brick because it's an element that exists, and I think it's just coordinates with what all work that went previously, and to you have a lot of options with the brick, with whether you have the arch or other things. It's just my comment. The murals, I think, are wonderful, and I'm not quite sure what we'll end up with. But one thought on in and around whether the cannon or one location where the mural is, it's called Victory Field, and I said it's for World War I, and I thought some verbiage, I don't know if it would be on one of the panels. It was a war that was horrifying. 160,000 Americans killed, 8 million soldiers. It unsettled all of the 20th century. It's worth a mention, and perhaps some of the high school students could develop the verbiage that could go on the wall or some other place. I mean, more than just the plaque. It's a significant victory in November 11th, 1918, but I think it also deserves maybe a little bit more notice, and how that occurs, I don't know. I think also the driveway, where you don't have the new streets, in terms of one of the items is safety, and you still have at times, I think it's wonderful that you have pedestrian paths. How well utilized they'll be, I don't know. Sometimes we have, not that to diminish teenagers, but they will sometimes go their own way, or sometimes it might be smaller people who you can't see. But you have two asphalt driveway areas, and I think, I'm not sure how you can make it a little more safer and slow cars down there. Whether you put bands, some horizontal bands in those areas where you have asphalt, I'm not quite sure what the answer is. But I think you have parking, you have people walking, and I think that would be useful to, at least to explore. Finally, the entrance to the park through Marion Street, you mentioned replacing those historic pylons and barriers. They're beautiful, but I think they'll probably go. But I was wondering if there's some way of upgrading that, the Marion Street entrance, and even as a humanitarian gesture to maybe it's outside the boundaries of the Victory Field, but the sidewalks where the Marion, you have that dog leg, to have a real sidewalk, and as to extend your humanitarian gesture, even maybe to have sidewalks throughout Marion Street to Church Street. I know that would probably be opposed by all the, no, I'm saying a small joke. You're looking. No. Anyway, to have sidewalk, but certainly by Marion Field. I think that would make the entranceway a little more interesting, and you could keep, I know during games and practices, a lot of folks park back there, so it'll give a little more structure to that area. So that would be it. And then again, I think it was good stuff, a lot of good stuff here.
Thank you. I add my appreciation to all the work that's been done on this, so thank you. I know it was a lot of work. I know we came up with a lot of concepts, or I mean, a lot of ideas that you would have to integrate into the picture, and I think you've done it. Thank you so much. I just wanted to be a couple of things. If I look at option 2, is that the gate that you would, the fencing that you would take all the way across on Orchard Street? We're going to remove the fence that's there, and is that the type of fence that you would be putting in? This? Yeah,
Oh, yeah, so if you look at option 2,
yeah, option 2, right.
the,
That would carry all the way down to the end of Orchard Street.
Oh, I see, the decorative fencing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
right
that the-
now,
is that
right
what
now,
you're
we
looking
are,
at?
we're showing decorative fencing all the way down, I didn't mention that, yeah, all the way down Orchard to replace the little chain link fence.
Right.
And then whatever we decide at the entrance, whether it's brick or granite facing on the columns, we would bring those elements at the other entrances. I think there's 2 other entrances.
There's 2 other entrances, right.
We'd match that at those locations. So we would just stick with the columns at the entrance locations, and then it would be decorative fencing. And, you know, Elodie already mentioned she has an issue with the pickets. So, you know, we'll look at whether it's a top rail or something, but.
I like, just to say, I like that particular fence that you're using there, so and I do think that there are 2 other places along that route there you're going to put an entrance. So you're going to match whatever is on the front entrance, the main entrance, all the way down.
Correct.
But I do like the fence that you have there, and I just wanted to make sure that was going to be included all the way down Orchard Street. I appreciate the work around the tot lot, the amount of greenery and bushes and so forth that you put in there. I think that's wonderful. Are we supposed to give our opinions of these concepts?
well, if you have preferences, but after we go through sort of comments, there's some of these, the multi-option things, maybe we could just take a
Later on? Okay.
straw poll about who likes what best, so to give Glenn and the team some direction to move forward.
Okay.
But if you
No, I
have
can
an
wait.
opinion and want to weigh in one or the other,
I'd
you
be
can
happy to
certainly do it
wait.
now.
No, that's it.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. I'll do the best I can to take over for Mike Laff and do the best I can for the community. Seems like it's a great opportunity for everybody to have a field like this, so appreciate, you know, all the work everybody's done. I do have a few questions. Some of the questions might be a little bit repetitive as I haven't been here for the prior meetings, but just trying to get up to speed and make sure the athletic department is spoken for, so I'll try to be as fast as I can. My first question was about the traffic lanes in the enhanced streetscape. Was 10 feet smaller than what is currently, or is that around the same size?
Pretty close to 20 feet wide right now, so it might be 22 total, but
Okay, because it's kind of tight there already. We had a track meet, and we had a tennis match and a baseball game all going on at the same time today, and there was cars everywhere trying to get in and out, and there's only one way in and one way out. So that was just something I was curious about. If it's going to be smaller, that would make it a little more difficult. My other question was, I didn't see on the oval as I'm looking at it, I didn't see any netting. And the track is probably the most used thing in the community. Every time I go down to Victory, there's so many people walking, running on the track, all different ages, and it seems like it's very, very well used, which is great to see, especially as, you know, even as an athletic director, I want to see physical fitness being promoted through all ages. And when we have lacrosse games or field hockey JV games going on over at the grass, I would hate to see somebody get hit with one of those balls. Especially with the fact that we're shooting at that direction, even if there was just netting on the back on each side behind the nets. I'm not sure if that's been spoken about before, but, you know, from an athletic director standpoint, I definitely want to get that on the record, as could be a huge liability, someone getting hurt. Some of those balls come in pretty hard. Thank you.
Just not so
You're
close.
too close, Ryan.
Too close? Okay, thank you. Also including the soccer team sometimes plays over there as well, and there's a lot of activities going on over there, and I would hate to see somebody get hurt, so definitely I would recommend netting. I'm not sure if that's been spoken about or not, but that's just my personal opinion. Also, they've changed the MIA format, which is in charge of all the sports for playoffs. And you can, if you make it past the first round, you can apply to be the home site for the tournament. And currently, right now, Watertown does not fit the requirements to host a playoff game for any of our sports due to parking. So I'm not exactly sure how much that's been spoken about. Just putting it out there. I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't say so. So I'm not sure if it's been spoken about currently. Also, I would like to know how long it would take for this to be done. What the timeframe would be, as we'll have to find a new place to run track. And also, a lot of our JV sports will have to find a new home for that time frame. So just how long it would take, and also how much the construction would affect parking and other things. If we were still able to use the turf, how much would that be affected would be a big part for us, as we would have to start planning as soon as possible for that. Also, in the new drawing, I didn't see the scoreboard, so I was just kind of curious where that would go. And a couple other things I was just wondering was, I see the storage for the track, we're moving over to behind the bleachers. Some of the track equipment's worth, tens of thousands of dollars. To try and move that equipment across without a gate opening seems almost impossible, especially trying to fight traffic with people coming in and out, dropping off. It seems like a very much so a safety liability. So if that's the spot that we've chosen to have it, what's the best way to get it over? Going over the fence isn't a good option for a $15,000 track piece of equipment to go for the high jump. So if it is going to stay there, what can we do? And if not, is there a better place to put it, is one of my questions. And then one of the questions I also had from some of the parents who have been emailing me for the meeting, they couldn't make it tonight, but they wanted me to speak on their behalf, was there any possibility of combining Phase 2 and Phase 3 to see if we could get the field house up and running? So those are just some questions. I'm sure some of them have been answered already, and I'm sorry if I, am repeating questions that have already been asked before, but those are some of the questions. I'll have some more, but in respect to everybody's time, I'll let Mr. Santola go, and I can come back around with some more questions. So thank you very much for your time. My question about Phase 2,
My question about Phase 2, Phase 3 was regarding the field house. If there was the ability, I don't know anything about the situation about the money, I don't claim to be an expert, but there is definitely a need for, if we're talking about, some of the girls' programs being successful, but whether they're successful or not, they should have the ability to have a space to get ready for games and things like that. So it seems like you guys have a great Phase 3 plan, getting ready to go ahead. So if it was possible to expedite, if not, obviously just ask it, so. I'll leave it there.
Did you, I just asked, did you want to try to
I can
answer Ryan's
answer.
questions first, or did you want Peter to ask his
Well,
questions? and try to-
as you guessed, anything to do with the netting, the storage location, a lot of those things were vetted during multiple meetings. As I mentioned when I first came in, what's shown on the plan is in response to the directives that came out of the committee in general. Scoreboard, we're looking at trying to locate that somewhere out just side this edge, moving it to open up the space for the green space. But it hasn't been fixed yet. We'll have to work.
Has there been any conversation about putting it maybe somewhere in the middle on either side, so like as it is currently at Victory, both teams could see the scoreboard? Just curious, probably if it's not possible, it's not.
There was no discussion about it. The whole relocating the scoreboard came up during this recent process about creating this complete street and plaza concept, the need for it to move, so we'll have to be discussing that further. As far as schedule, we're kind of in the ideal schedule. This thing has been delayed and moved, I know, but if we spend the next several months taking this thing, getting it bid ready for construction documents, if this was to go to bid, say, December, something like that, January, we got some extra time, so we can give the contractor a really good bid period. Depending on what you wanted to use, if you needed to use it for spring, and we let the contractor start construction in June, let's say, I don't know if that helps or not. I know there's a 2 or 3 week time difference there. This is probably a 6-month construction period, and it would be ideal to get the sod for the field down in early October. Starts to get established. It would not be, you'd be able to probably use it late spring the following year. So we're not looking at seeding this. We'll be sodding, but sodding in the fall for the following spring is kind of an ideal schedule. But we need a good six months minimum for construction, and probably 6 months to finish design and get it bid ready. So it's kind of lining up for that kind of a schedule right now, depending on, going to town council and getting their approval to move forward. Yeah, the netting, I think everything else you asked was kind of vetted out during the many meetings we had, so.
Construction and the sodding would happen at the same time, or is it an extra 6 months for the sodding after the construction's done?
We'd get everything, so the only tricky part about this in construction is the rubber surfacing for the track, because that has to be done, you need 50-degree temperatures.
Oh, geez.
So you'd want to try to get that, if they could get this all done in September and do the track late September and then sod the field in early October, that's ideal.
Okay.
Because then the sod grows in, you wouldn't really, I'd keep people off it, but then you would be able to play on it in the spring. Technically, you could play on it in the fall, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'd keep people off it, give it a good couple of months.
Thank you very much for your time, appreciate it.
Pass that down. Glenn, can you pass this out? I've taken the time to do a document so I could talk a little less, and then hopefully these comments would be in the minutes. First of all, I'd like to thank, Glenn and Mike and Nick, done a great job. This is probably, among all our projects, probably the most difficult, and so I appreciate that, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings when I make my comments, but I love you, and you've done a wonderful job. I'll let everybody get if you pass that document out, I've tried to make it easy for everybody. Hopefully there's enough. If not, share. Thank you, Glenn and CDM Smith, for presenting the 25% draft renovation plan based on at the direction of the Victory Ad Hoc Committee. I certainly feel that this is a beautiful layout and presentation which demonstrates some amenities that are in line with the mission of the Victory Field Complex. However, the draft renovation plan still ignores serious, critical issues of the current conditions, and therefore I cannot and will not support the design plan as presented. I've listed my concerns, comments below regarding current issues included in the Phase 2 draft renovation, as well as other concerns which I feel need to be addressed in a timely fashion, which are related to our Victory Field Complex. There's a critical parking shortage, which at times creates unsafe and chaotic situations. The turnaround is very limited and needs to be expanded. I'm not sure about this one, but the road at times seems too narrow to allow cars to pass each other in certain areas. There's no bus parking. There's not an identification for drop-off area or a bus turnaround. There is no identified area for drop-off of participants or visitors of the facility. There was no approval by the committee of the removal of the cannon of the scoreboard. The minutes stating that I voted to approve the storage unit being installed against the back of the bleachers is incorrect, number 46, page 5. I am sorry, I didn't catch that earlier. And this location for a storage unit is not practical for the track and field and tennis athletes. The idea for a shared space sounds great in theory, but in my opinion, not possible with the limited space. And regardless of the name given to Marion Road, I like to change it to Donahue Way. Cars will utilize this on a regular basis, especially during peak use times. The surface of the oval field limits use and increases maintenance. The netting system behind each goal is a necessity to ensure the safety of the track users and to negate the liability of the town. Installing cameras, Wi-Fi, and improving phone reception is important. Installing a lacrosse wall ball attached to the back of the baseball bleachers is a plus. I am concerned that the field house does not give equal access to all high school teams, and the press box/roof has accessibility issues. I am concerned about the lack of progress with this project, considering the initial September 2014 presentation. I am grateful to the committee, and I am grateful for everybody's here and the residents who have participated in this process for their time and effort. It's been a very painful for a lot of people, and I appreciate everybody's comment. However, The ultimate objective of this renovation project is to meet the needs and wants of our residents, especially those who utilize Victory Field Complex as their home for informal and formal recreation and athletic participation. Unfortunately, in my professional opinion, we have not achieved this objective and need to consider revisions of this 25% design plan. Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Santola did vote to move forward with this, even though he says here he didn't vote for it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Steve, did you have?
Mr. Chairman, I did, while I opened with a statement, I did have a couple questions I wanted to follow up with. And, one clarification for the gentleman from Musco. So are you confident that we could have a design that would meet the dark sky standards?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. A second comment, while it was noted there's a lot of lighting along the entryway with bollards and streetlights, and Glenn, you mentioned, well, maybe we make the streetlights poles. I would do the opposite, make the bollards just bollards and keep the streetlights as lights. I think that'd be a little more effective and a little less likely to be potentially vandalized or something like that. So at least I would suggest maybe having the bollards not be lit and the streetlights be lit. And one other comment I was going to make, in terms of the fencing along Orchard Street, I know one of the issues we've had in the past is with the snow removal of that getting entangled in the fence. And I would hate to go to the effort of, putting a nice decorative fence and have that get damaged or have problems with it. So, I'd like to look at least at if there's any flexibility to move that back a little bit to create a little bit more room for snow storage. In terms of the designs, since I guess I'll jump in with which designs I like, I kind of like the circular pattern for the shared street as opposed to the angular one, but I think either are certainly attractive and can work. The entrance design, I like the overhead arch. I think that's really attractive. I think several of the other ones with the cannon and an entryway on either side also are very attractive, and I certainly would not disagree with any of those. Your option 5, which had Victory Field with the 3 stars, I really like that. I think that has a very good military recognition to it, and I think, that's obviously part of the reason it's called Victory Field, so I'd support that. And on the banner mural wall, I think that's a great idea. I really like it. I don't think the unicorn option would be a good one. I wouldn't support that one, but I like the Raiders one with the athletics, and also having the option for doing some different designs at different times I think is good. In terms of the last, for the play area, I think the first concept, which adds a little bit of active area to it, would be the one I would support. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee before?
You haven't commented, Vinnie.
I'll reserve my comments. I like all the comments that I'm hearing so far, but I'll weigh in on that later. So, did you have more comments or no?
No, I just want
Okay.
to say that I think Glenn and Nick have done a really great job of trying to bring all the community's needs into some kind of balance, and it's been a long road. I know we have a 50% design coming up and then the 90, but I just want to comment, it's really terrific. So, and I love there's a lot of texture, there's color, but not too much. There's movement. It's, I think, really attractive.
Sure. Tony.
It's just that, didn't we have something for storage on the field?
No,
Did we next that? Did we next that?
it's not going to be there anymore.
Yeah,
It's gone.
that was all, that
That one? Okay.
later, in one of the later meetings, the storage all ended up moving over to the bleacher. We moved it off the grass.
Okay. Did we want? Yes, Peter.
Just one more comment, so just a clarification about the cannon and a little history. When I got on board full-time in 2009, Victory Phase 1, they had some meetings, and there was much discussion about the cannon, and understand that the cannon was in really disarray. So Council President Sedaris was very helpful with the DPW getting there. The initial recommendation from the committee at that time was to put the cannon where it's recommended. And we were told that it couldn't be, because we felt that was the best place. So I don't want you to think I don't like the cannon. The reason I'm a little, everybody keeps on referring to this document. I wouldn't mind if we could trade some things. I wouldn't mind supporting the cannon in the corner. But again, Glenn, this is one thing. There is no indication on this document to say to move the cannon, as well as especially to move the scoreboard. That just came out of, and I understand why you were trying to accommodate, but I'm not completely opposed to move the cannon, because I think the cannon at the corner, would be helpful. I just think that, I'm just I want everybody to know about the background, and I think you just did that unilaterally. That wasn't a direction in this document, so that's what I have concern in. And, the storage shed, I'm sorry, that was there's a lot of, we had 13 meetings, so I don't remember all of them. That certainly is not the best place for it, and we did have some other, multiple, ideas. The main thing in those storage units is to serve the track and field and the tennis program. And I'd like to have, the athletic director ask the question, how are you going to get the equipment over a fence and through a street?
There's going to be a large maintenance gate right there at the curve. There'll be a maintenance gate here, so.
So they're going to stop traffic every time and?
Well, that's, yes.
Where's the maintenance gate?
It's going to be directly across from you won't have to go all the way around to get to this. There'll be access.
So it's not on the design?
But I'm not showing an actual gate there, no.
Right, and I don't think that's practical to do. Thank you.
Okay, did the committee want to hear from anybody, public?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe Glenn, you could stick that back up there, and maybe just move that box down on the floor. So if you want to speak, just raise your hand, just state your name and the street you're with or the organization you're with, and I got Russ had his hand up first, so we're definitely going to get Russ up here. And I also want to remember, if you came in late and you didn't sign in, please make sure you just sign in the pads right here. So, and just, it's 8:20. I'm hoping we can get out of here by 9. So if you can just keep your comments brief. If something you like, something you don't like, that would be good. Thank you.
Russell Rico, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Russell Rico, Fayette Street here in Watertown. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody in this room for all the efforts that's done, all the meetings and everything else. Now, I understand the athletic department isn't 100% satisfied with this, but the point is that if I understand correctly, these things were all agreed upon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not the time to make a major change to this, okay? Right or wrong at this point. I'd like to I think you did a great job from what we originally concept and what's on paper. To see it actually in a design form is a great job. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, there's a few things that need to be tweeted here. One is the Muriel. I think we can come up with better designs than what I saw there, and great for the efforts, the person that did that, but I think we could do a little better than that. The other thing is that I'd like to see, I saw a lot of curved walls that you sit on, which are fine. But the problem with them is that they're not benches. I'm 71 years old. If I walk around the park, I need to sit back and rest my back. And there's a lot of seasoned citizens like myself that utilize Victory Field, that walk around the track. So what I'd like to see is maybe, keep those walls as much as possible, sitting walls, but also try to incorporate a few benches with backs so people can sit down. Now, the other thing is the entrance to Victory Field. I'm a war veteran myself. American history is very important to me. And Victory Field, let's face it, it was named because of the sacrifices made in World War I. The cannon was something that was brought back from World War I. So when I look at the photos, for example, the one with the arch, I think that is very good, okay? I would like to see that sign a little bigger. The other thing I would like added on, maybe to the wall, and again, it's not etched in stone how I think this should happen, but the other part that's important as far as World War I is concerned is that it ended on the 11th day and on the 11th hour. And that's why we celebrate Veterans Day on the 11th day and on the 11th hour in November. And I think that's very important and something to remember about. And I'll tell you, one that loves this country and appreciates what we have and the sacrifices that those that have made in the past. One of my pet peeves is the fact that there were those that wanted to dilute much of our history. And I'll just give you two examples. One is I'm sick and tired of Patriots Day being called Marathon Monday, and I'm also sick and tired of seeing Washington's birthday being called President's Day. That was set aside for George Washington, the president of our country, the father of our country. It wasn't set aside for every president of the United States. And so now we have an opportunity to show the name of Victory Field. And the other thing is the cannon. I think it was number 8, where the cannon was more visible. And if you're driving by Victory Field, you should be able to see that cannon. You should be able to see the word Victory Field and a beautiful arch where you enter into it. So let's not make a mistake and appreciate what we have here as Americans. Thank you.
Thanks, Russ. Anybody else? Dick.
Thank you. Not to,
Just state your name and the street you live on.
Dick O'Connor, 81 Channing Road. When Victory Field was dedicated in 1922, it was a very solemn occasion. And I understand probably the largest celebration in the town up to that time. But not to take anything away from the veterans of World War I or the idea of a memorial. It might interest most of you to know that the idea of a memorial came after the idea of an improved town playing field. Veterans returning from the war, as well as those who didn't go to war I believe it was it was 1919, they wanted a better playing field for the town. And it was planned, it was designed. However, in those days, Watertown was a very frugal community, and they knew it would be difficult to pass the expenditure, which was considerable for that time, for the town to pass the expenditure. The idea of making it a war memorial came to sell it, the reason for that was to sell the idea of the new playing field to the town. And that, the new facility had been planned for several months before they thought that would be the best way to sell it to the town, because who could object to a memorial to the veterans of World War I? Just a little history there.
Thank you. Anybody from this side?
Yes, please. Sorry, I think my name is Frank Cacci. I'm the boys varsity soccer coach at Watertown High School. I'm also been a resident for over 40 years. I live on the corner of Church and Marshall Street. So I want to thank you, Glenn. This project, I know, has been painstaking. There's been many, many meetings. It looks beautiful. I love everything about it except for the oval. And I just want to speak on it briefly because I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, just like I haven't slept in probably 10 years, is that I'm here to speak on behalf of my parents and student athletes, that I get hundreds of emails on a daily basis, not hundreds on a daily basis, but hundreds, I'll say, on a yearly basis, is I have student athletes going home at 10 p.m. We have 75 athletes right now, student athletes at Watertown High School, that will be going home at 10 p.m. tonight. To me, that is unacceptable. This is all about the student athletes for me. And I'm a resident, and all due respect for residents around Watertown and for all this, I'm a proponent of having an artificial surface, and I know that it's not on the table and it's been voted against, but I'm going to continue to press that as long as I'm a resident of Watertown and a boys soccer coach. We want equitable playing surfaces. The boys high school, I can speak just for the boys soccer team, has made tremendous strides. We're a top 20 team in the state because of phase 1 in artificial surface. Because we compete against the other teams which 90% of them have artificial surface and practice on artificial surface. So to me, that's important. The field house is also a major point of contention for me because I don't have a place for my high school boys soccer team to change for practices and to call their own. So again, it's an equity piece for me. So these are the things that I have to get off my chest. As you can tell, I'm pretty passionate about it. And so I know that it's not part of the plans for this time, but it has to be addressed at some point. I'd like to be done with practices at 6 p.m. and eat dinner with my family, who are now adults pretty much, and I've missed 12 years of being able to spend time and eating dinner with my family for 4 months out of the year. And that doesn't sit well with me. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Could I just, hold on a second. So I was really clear during the Victory Field meetings that there's no discussion about artificial turf.
Correct.
In 2000, and Glenn, it's not fair to Glenn because he has no control of that.
He does.
And just so you know, and Peter also knows this, and despite what he wrote in the memo, the town council voted unanimously in 2014 to not include
Correct.
artificial turf field
Correct.
because the school committee refused to request it, endorse it, because the superintendent of schools
Correct.
and 2014. So that's, I'm sorry,
Yep.
but that's just the reality.
Right.
And I just, and I'm not going, just so you know, if anybody else is going to get up and speak in favor of artificial turf, I'm going to ask to have you stop. Because this is not a discussion about artificial turf, it's about the 25% design of this. And if you have something relevant to this, I'd be happy to hear it.
Yes.
Also, the field house is Phase 3.
Okay.
And I know Ryan asked that. It's actually under state law. Building construction is a different section of state law than landscape construction. So it has to be a completely separate process. Once Phase 2 is done, we intend to move forward with the Phase 3 design. So it's in the capital improvement plan, but we got to get this done first, so. And as we heard about the timeline, you know, the sooner we can come to some agreement on this, the faster we can get it done. I would love to have this done, you know, and have it done by the summer of 2020. That would be great.
If field house is part of Field 3, would the artificial surface be something that could be addressed for Phase 3?
There's no field for Phase 3 is just the field house.
Okay, gotcha.
This is Phase 2, which is the track and the courts. It's not going to be artificial turf.
So I just felt like again, on
I
behalf
understand.
of
I
hundreds
appreciate-
hundreds of parents and athletes, that
I
these are the concerns.
appreciate it, and, you know, but it's the community, both the school committee and the town council have weighed in on this, and the decision was made. So we are constrained by that, and that is what it is.
Thank you.
Sorry.
My name is John Kakachi. I teach math at the high school, and I'm the varsity football coach. You can bang the gavel all you want if you want to, so go right ahead. That was 2014. It's 5 years later. Times do change. Things do change. There's a new superintendent. There's a new school committee. We've had, when did the turf go in Phase 1? 2014? Say again?
2011.
2011? Okay, so it's been 8 years since then. A lot of things have changed. Someone just said we're not here to resurrect all the stuff that was in that document, but with 25% conceptual drawings, this is the exact time to discuss the surface of that field. Not something that was voted on 5 years ago that's been put on hold and put on hold and put on hold and put on hold. If there's going to be a time to discuss it, the time is now. And you can ask the student athletes, you can ask the coaches, you can ask people who use that field more than anybody else in this town. And I think those drawings are great, man. They're terrific. I mean, the bushes and the flowers and the, plaza, I think it's great. It's wonderful. I would be proud to walk in there on a daily basis and see the beautiful Arch of Victory field. I think it looks tremendous. But when I look at the drawings and I see javelin and shot put as the main use of probably the second nicest piece of land in all of Watertown that we can use for athletics, and it's going to be used by virtually nobody, maybe a couple of JV soccer games, I think it's a complete waste to spend millions of dollars and not in, and someone said the drawings serve just about everybody. I think you've left out a huge portion of the community when you say that's going to serve everybody, because it's not. The track coach, track and field athletes, superb. But when you're sticking baseball, boys and girls lacrosse, boys and girls soccer, field hockey, every football program in the town, going from youth, freshman, varsity, JV, on one spot, and you're going to use the next nicest piece of field space in the town for track and field only. That's a complete miss. It'll go down as one of the epic misses in Watertown, like big ideas. People will talk for years and years of how we missed a great opportunity to provide a tremendous state-of-the-art facility for Watertown athletics.
Okay? Debbie?
Hi, I'm Debbie Healy. I live at 11 Hazel Street. I just want to clarify, back in the meetings, was it decided that when the oval was being used for sports, that the track area was going to be shut down to the general public because we're not using nets? Is that still what the decision remains?
I think that's what we had discussed for certain things.
Okay.
But not, it depends on what the use of the field is, because certain uses of the field are not incompatible with walking, but that's up to the recreation director and the athletic director to decide that.
And with that, and what I don't remember is, was that just determined for high school sports, or would that be in effect for the youth programs as well?
The JV,
It depends. I mean, it depends. If you get the little kickers there, it's not an issue if you get middle school kids. But again, that's an operational issue for the recreation director and the athletic director to decide and make those decisions.
Okay.
So,
Is it possible to revisit at any point having the netting? I'd have to agree tremendously with the athletic director. Being involved in the youth lacrosse program, I'm one of the board members. I've been around it for over 20 years. It can be dangerous. And the protections, when I go to fields that have the netting around them, you don't notice. You really have to look and say there's netting here. You don't notice it. And the netting that retracts as a safety feature, I think it's really important because, as it was stated, there's a huge liability issue, be it soccer, be it field hockey, be it lacrosse, for people utilizing the track. If that track isn't shut down for any of these practices or games, if it's left open, somebody's going to get hurt, and that would be terrible to have happen. And just to, at some point, revisit those retractable nets, I think is really important. Also, I just want to talk about the lighting for the parking lot area. I'd like to see that remain. Isn't that parking lot used for overflow parking and for winter parking for people that don't have
we're
enough
going to add
spots?
lighting. There's currently no lighting in the parking lot now.
Oh, there's not? I thought there was lighting there.
There's a few
So there'll
floodlights on the
be-
field, so this will add.
4 floodlights on the
Okay.
field right now.
Well, I'm just.
But actually, the parking area is quite dark, but it just because the way the lights
Then
are
it's
shining.
great to
on the
have,
field.
to add
So
that lighting.
that's
just
why
for-
we're going to be
yeah,
adding lights on the parking area, just so it'll make it
That's wonderful.
nicer than it is today.
And will the lights on the track area, will those be available to be on at night? I think Victory's, the field right now is, what, 10 o'clock? Will those be available to be on?
Certain times, yeah. We actually, just if you read the report, we had both the netting and the lighting, there was quite robust discussion on both
Okay.
of those.
It's a nice place for the kids
So
to go.
different times. And the lights, and just so you know, everybody knows, the lights that are going on the field inside the track will be able to be lit at multiple levels,
Mm-hmm.
not just, 100% bright or off. There's actually a high level, low level, and sort of a pedestrian level.
Great.
So that is, and that's programmable. So we didn't cover a lot of that, but we actually did talk about it during the meeting. So.
Okay. I think my big point was just to really reconsider the netting. I think it's really important.
Anybody else? Anybody from this side? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mark Ciano from 28 Wells. Thank you to all my members here. Thank you for the hard work to Judy, Glenn, I do stand in support of Peter, at least for the parking issue. I don't think the board took enough time to look at what was going on in the study since 2014. Obviously, since the inception of the Phase 1 part and where we are now, I think our new athletic director has brought about an important point about the MIA regulations and consideration for playoff valuing. This should come back into the conversation. This is not an easy thing to fix. We know that. There's not a lot of land there in that corner to create what we'd like to have. I don't think anybody here would say, hey, under optimum conditions, we can create bus lanes, all the parking we need, the great thing we need to do. But with the oval consideration, there may be a different situation, how to reconfigure this to make that happen. We had a 22-foot lane, was it originally? Is that correct, Glenn? Approximately? And we're going down to 10? Right, so,
20.
right.
20.
So we do need to look back at that part here, and maybe the solution is closer to where we're at in the tennis court and basketball court areas. Maybe that area right there should be reconsidered as a 25% area right here, because the parking we need. Since I've been going down there, it's been a problem. I don't think it's been a problem for everybody else. So the head coach for the football team, do a great job, by the way. He's got considerable things. I mean, I'm a former track star back in my day. I like to run track, but I also like to play football. And he's right. You know, you have to look at what's most tenable in our sports being utilized there. We also need to look at weather impact. We are having climate issues right now that limit us playing on natural turf fields versus artificial. Also, to my good friend Ms. Donahue here, leading one of the most record-breaking field hockey teams ever. She needs consideration too. You need to reward those that have won and that represent our community and have brought pride to our community. She needs a field. He needs a field. But so does track and field. They need a place. We can't throw a javelin into artificial turf. We know that. We can't throw a discus onto it. There's 25% right now. What he has said before, this is the time to think a little bit harder. Come up with a better solution. We don't need to move and accelerate to 50% and 90% because we've been at this since 2014. There's no reason to rush what's going on right now. Changing venues. History. That 1630 Pequawset sign right there. Suggestion, that rotunda area in the walkthrough area, that should be in the middle of it, as my opinion. And so the gentleman that gave us the history lesson, this gentleman, the 1111 idea, the front entrance, create a water piece. Water canyon spurts coming out, make it 11. Put the sign of our Victory Field behind it. Make it a water venue right there in Park. Just a couple of ideas. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. You know, the parking, no, it's okay. You can say. You know, the original parking plan in 2014 had about 10 extra spaces jammed in there where the basketball court is. I will say that if we don't have enough parking spaces to hold a tournament under the MIA rules now, I don't think adding another 10 spaces is going to meet that MIA requirement. So
Can we ask this question? Can you look at possibly creating an overflow somewhere for his program?
we do. So the DPW lot is used for overflow parking. So because the DPW is not.
But he still has the regulations for the actual teams and buses have to come into a secure lot, right?
I'm not sure what that means, but.
I think he was asking if we put all the people in the parking lot, where we put the buses.
Well, the problem is, I mean, so the real question is, how many parking spaces do you need for an MIA tournament?
I had to get back to you.
I'm just having been to tournaments, because my sons were in sports, adding 4 or 6 parking spaces is not going to solve the problem. If we could add a parking garage with 100 spaces, that would be one thing, but there's really no place to put it. Well, that was, you know, just like Boston Common parking garage. But the reality is this space is constrained and just we cannot, there's just no room to put additional parking that would meet the needs. And even if we could squeeze in another 4 spaces, you know, it's not really going to make a hell of a difference. So that's the reality. And there was quite a lot of feeling in the community that we shouldn't be paving over green space in a park to put more parking for cars. You know, so I think you know, we make do with what we can, and that's sort of just the reality. So I just wanted just to add that one thing about the parking, but I think if we wanted to have a tournament, we would need at least 100 extra parking spaces to make this work, and there's just no place to put it. So, sure, Ron.
Ron?
I'm Ron Trial. I live on Marion Road, just down the street, and I want to thank everybody on your committee for doing such a wonderful job. I and many of the other people in this room have been to a lot of the meetings and gone through the discussions, and I believe that your proposals are a very good synthesis of what has been decided. I appreciate that. There are many of you have already brought up comments that I think are really relevant and support several of the things. Vinny, I agree with a few of your things too, despite our conflicts at times.
Peter.
Absolutely. I'm not getting, I'm sorry, Peter. Yeah, sorry.
It's one big happy family here.
Everybody can take a bit of blame.
No. There are a few things, I'm not going to bring them up tonight. I'll bring them up with various people to discuss them. I don't think I need to talk about the minutiae that I've discovered in this. But I thank you again.
Okay, anyway, sure, Amy.
Amy Donahue, 11 Standish Road. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to speak on behalf of the student athletes in Watertown. I love these plans. I think they're beautiful. I also live across the street from Standish for the last, I don't even know, 17 years. Across from Victory. I have 4 children who have taken part in this park every day. I love the outside of the plan. I think it's great, the green space, all that. And I appreciate all the meetings you guys have attended, because I've been to many myself. We can't be at everything. What I haven't heard many discussions tonight or questions is the inside, which is fine, because I know we can't talk about it. But I do want to stress that if this has been on the board since 2014 or even earlier, we really need to work together as a community and find something that's going to work for everybody and move along, because our students are suffering. This track is so unsafe. The parking is unsafe. Not having netting is not safe. We have to think about our students first. They're going to be here the longest. As much as I appreciate everything that has been said, my dad is a veteran of Vietnam. I totally respect all of that, but our student athletes use this field 99% of the time. I just want to make sure that we're moving forward instead of stalling this process even longer. So I hope that we can all work together and remember that our students in Watertown and the field that they use and the time that they spend on both of these fields. Thank you.
Good time.
I'm Cam Reed. I'm a freshman student athlete at Watertown High. And I think you guys are kind of missing like the big picture of this, because I think there's been 5 days without wrestling that I haven't been on this field. And just waiting around until 5:30, that doesn't work. I can't get my homework done. A lot of people are trying to play football, baseball, lacrosse to get into college. And if you don't have a high GPA, you can't get your homework done. There's no time for that. And there's a difference between digging your feet into turf, digging your feet into dirt, fielding a ball off of turf, fielding a ball off of dirt, playing lacrosse on dirt. It's a huge difference. And potentially saying some of these teams have to practice on dirt and then play on turf is completely different. So,
Thank you. Okay, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Feltner. I live over on Parker Street. I'm also District B Town Councilor. I was just wondering if we could hear a little more. I think I may have missed the last Victory Field meeting before it came forward. In terms of, I know we're not totally redesigning but it seems like appropriate time to hear a little more about the dreams of potentially hosting MIA, whether we had the parking or not, if it's just a parking issue. My second question is, I was under the impression that this field was also going to be used for other sports. Maybe it's not high school athletics? Is it more little kickers and things? Because I do see that it seems dedicated to javelin. So I don't know if you feel like you could take any brief time to explain the majority of use of the oval. I appreciate it.
I'll take that question. You could take this. So it's very, people really don't understand, and I'll be happy to share the permits. During the spring and the fall, the oval is used extensively from high school sports, middle school sports, and then youth sports. So for instance, now in the spring, in the afternoon, and again, one of the drawbacks is now schools, it's a positive for some, but in terms of field time, last year, the high school had the field 3 o'clock to 5:30. This year, they have the field, I mean, I give it to them at 3 to 6. Okay, so that means like a youth sport. So people really don't understand the use. So in the spring, it's track and field in the afternoon, and then youth lacrosse at night, 6 to 8, all the time. In the fall, again, it's limited because it gets dark in October, but Ryan has the option of using both, which he does as much as possible. But what happens in the fall, when the JV field hockey goes over there, it gets too dark. So we're going to be happy that the lights are there. But one of the issues, and again, I know people get upset at me, right now we don't let football on the grass. Because if they get on the grass, they're going to beat it up the field. In field hockey, they don't play on grass anymore. You know, the JV does. So in the fall, the high school has the permit for 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then the youth groups have it 6 to 8, but again, because no lights. So it's very heavily used. And for those people who said it's not used, it's really programmed for high school and youth sports. And again, if everybody knows how I feel, but that's how it's programmed. Coach, you could take the parking.
Okay. Pretty much for the parking piece of it is that the way Victory is constituted right now is maybe with the DPW, we might have enough parking, but I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to look into it. But we don't have the proper field house as well to host because we have one big room, and then if you've been in Victory Fieldhouse in the back, we have a nice trainer's room, and we have a little tiny secondary locker room that is primarily used right now by boys and girls soccer and field hockey. And football uses the bigger room. They have more student athletes varsity-wise. But in order to host 2 teams, we would need 2 bigger rooms for the teams to get ready for the game and then go out onto the field. So it'll be a parking issue and a field house issue would be the 2 main things for the tournament. So we could potentially be a number 1 seed in field hockey or boys soccer and have to travel to the number 12 seed, drive all the way, let's say, for example, for Gloucester, and play that game, as opposed to being much more advantageous for us to play right at Victory down the street. So that's kind of where we stand right now. It's an ongoing process for that part of the tournament. And then the other thing, if I could kind of answer that part of the question, is late school start. We are out of school now at 3:05, which obviously pushes everything back an hour. And with only being able to have football and field hockey, only be able to go on the turf, and us only having the one turf creates some problems because they both have multiple teams. We have a freshman team and a varsity team for football, and for field hockey we have a varsity team and a JV team. The football team could have anywhere from 40 to 70 student athletes depending on the year. And field hockey could have anywhere depending on the year. We have a bunch of middle school players right now. We could be up to 30, 40 players in the future. And then we also have soccer to think about as well for boys and girls, and they'd like to get on the turf if possible. So with the late school start, there's 1 less hour to do that, and the later we go, it kind of kicks off all the recreational things. So the youth teams are having a hard time getting on the field. So that's kind of, that answers your question. Right now with the Oval, if there's no lights in the fall, girls field hockey could start a game for JV, and then it could be 10, 15 minutes into the game, and unfortunately we have to stop because there's no light. So that's going to be, the light part is a huge piece, that we really appreciate that. But I hope that answers your question.
Just one brief follow-up. Could you explain, my understanding is the numbers have been very low on pole vault and some of the other track. So I don't know if you ever envisioned
ideally hosting MIA, or what, or how, whether we have a team or not, how many student athletes participate, how that affects MIA, I'm not sure.
Okay, is that is predominantly a track question, or all sports? Sorry.
Well, you can speak to all.
Okay, currently, right now, we don't have a pole vault availability at our field, so adding that, maybe that'd be something that we'd be looking to add now that it's going to be on the field. I think that's a great addition, but currently, right now, we can't do any training for that because we don't have the proper equipment, so it would be an improvement. We probably have about 45 boys that run on the track team, probably about 40 that run on the girls' team, so it's 85 kids, but we did host Burlington High School today, and they have 210 student athletes, so we had 4 buses there today for Burlington track, 1 bus there for Wilmington tennis, and then another bus there for Burlington baseball. So we had 6 buses, and we probably had about 400 kids at the facility today, and there was 38 places to park. So it's just, that kind of all goes into it. Burlington brought a lot of parents to come watch, and our trainer is also a teacher. He's doing a great job for us. He had a meeting after school till 4, and he couldn't find parking at the field, and he wasn't able to start doing his job till about 4:45. And I was doing the best I could to take care of the injuries, obviously, until he got there. But, it'll be advantageous to get some more parking. Usually we can use the DPW, but since there was 6 buses and all the DPW workers were still there, there's not a lot of space. There's only so much space.
Okay, okay, Libby, and then I want to ask just some general questions, both on what people think about sort of the entryway options.
Let's get to the plan.
So, because that's really, it's about, I just do want to kind of bring the comments back to the 25% design. So people, so let's go back, let's go to the entryway, the Big D Field gateway entry. So we had seen, there was 7 different options. We had seen, we had heard some people had expressed preference on some of the things. What do people think? And including people from the audience, before you leave, but what people think about, you like or don't like about the entryways. Sure.
One thing, the first thing I noticed on that entryway is that left area right there. I know it was discussed that there's no designated drop-off spots. That right there, you can actually create a default drop-off spot right on Orchard Street, where people aren't going to know where they're going. They're going to drop their kids off, pick their kids up, and that's going to stop traffic on Orchard Street, which is already a mess. And also, this entryway, the space that you have going in and out, if you have 2 Ford F-150s, which are pretty popular trucks around here going through there, and anybody walking, it's a very, very tight space already. Now, if you have 2 lanes of people walking and 2 trucks going through, and people trying to move equipment back and forth to that gate that's open, it's a pedestrian nightmare in there. But I'm more concerned about that drop-off area, because you don't know anywhere. You're gonna drop somebody off there. You're gonna have the equipment. You're gonna have to go in the trunk. There's gonna be a kid running around. And that's just one situation. You have another situation that is Saturday. It's gonna get congested.
So which of the 7 do you like better?
All 7 didn't have the drop-offs.
That drop-off area right in front.
That little plaza area? So you don't like the little plaza area?
It's not that I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't, from a functional standpoint, with traffic on Orchard Street, any day, never mind a Saturday when it's busy down there, it's gonna cause a lot of congestion. You have a lot of people coming to this town that don't know you're supposed to park at DPW, they don't have down there, to get, instead of just leaving people there. So I'm concerned that that's gonna cause congestion.
Okay, so, Russ.
I agree with this gentleman, okay, but if you look at the space, there's not the options. There really isn't. You cannot create in that space what he's talking about, even though he's right. There's no doubt about it.
I know, and I live on Orchard Street, right, almost, not directly across from it, but a block down, so
Unfortunately, let's get back to what we have to do here,
So just, so sense, and again, which, I'm just trying to get a sense, because.
Vinnie, Libby's, you were
Yep,
going to recognize her.
I did ask them.
this
Yeah, sure.
on this topic, the cannon is really important. The cannon should be featured in the entrance. I love the idea of having it on the side, but I have two issues with it. One is, right now, talking about feng shui, the cannon is aimed at anyone coming into the park. I recommend that it be oriented a little bit differently. The other thing I'd like to suggest is that, I realize it's an expense, but I suggest we put the cannon on a pedestal. Because it's really what Victory Field is commemorating, right? So I suggest that it be raised up so it's more visible and oriented a little bit differently so that it's not like so aggressively.
Well, so that actually is true. If it was turned 90 degrees, you could actually see it better.
Yes,
when
you
came
could
in,
see it better.
rather than be staring down the barrel of it. But so that's good. So I guess so. I'm just going to throw this out there. So if we look at option one with the
Archway.
the archway, I think I would say that one, perhaps option 5 with the 2 vertical elements, or perhaps option 3 with the brick with the curved wall. Is that sort of the vibe that people like the best?
I like,
I mean,
One of the best.
I'm trying to cross off the things we don't like. So just,
what?
so,
This one today?
no, either that one, I'm just trying to think, how many people like the sort of the horizontal archway element? Show of hands?
Option 1.
Option 1, the archway. How many people,
The archway.
the archway?
Archway.
How many people like the more vertical element, like number, what do we have, like number 5?
This is number 5.
That one with the two vertical.
Is this the one you're talking about, Vinnie? This one
No,
here?
not that one. That one's a little
That's
bit,
about as lame as can be, but.
well, we don't like to say that because. Which one do you like?
5.
5 with the 2?
5.
So like,
We can,
so I guess it's sort of, we're, okay, how about anything else? Anybody feel strongly about any of the other concepts?
it doesn't.
Now, the modern one, let's cross that modern one off. That actually looked a little Beverly Hillbillies-ish to me, sort of a, but. So,
Folks, there's too much talking
Yeah,
going on right now because we
yeah,
need
so
to focus.
let's try to, so what is, committee-wise, what do you guys feel?
5.
1.
It's all the same to me
You know, okay.
on that one.
Peter, do you have a strong feeling?
The athletic department likes number 5.
Okay,
I have a question for Glenn.
you kind of like one? All right, so let's,
501. 501 is the breakdown.
so the entry, I guess, I'm hearing sort of, some people like 1 and 5 seem to be the sort of the.
The two
The
favorites.
two favorites.
The one thing about the art is you have snow falling off and maybe more leaves, but they look real nice.
I think it's going to be narrow, so it's not.
You don't get, that's not a valid, that's not, I don't think that's it.
It's true.
Cemetery?
I have a question for
Okay.
Glenn, please.
Yes,
if we
sir.
could ask.
Yes, ma'am.
If we're going to go to the fencing, Glenn, I listened to Steve talk about the snow removal along the sidewalk. Would it be possible to combine the brick archway, whatever that is, 1 or 5, but then use granite piers going down the side of Orchard Street, which would stand up more to any plow dings and things like that? So you could combine both elements, if I'm being clear of what I'm asking?
Continue piers there, instead of, like I said, just at the entrances, you do piers every 10 feet.
But it would be granite piers along the street, but some kind of combination of the brick and granite at the entranceway, if you know what I mean.
Columns with granite flat, the granite inset of the field, in the brick, the gray granite inset, back up, that's what you use.
Okay, so let's
Okay, continue.
leave it, so we sort of.
1 and 5, okay.
1 and 5, let's one with those and see where we get the next 50% design.
Great.
So people, the other thing is, let's think about the streets. What's that?
When you get the 50%, right, so that's gonna cover the expenditure of equitable solutions, correct, at that point? Yeah, 50% that becomes expenditure of equitable solutions, that's where that's discussed, correct?
Well, what do you mean?
Probably come up with a fairly decent price if it's
The reason why I'm bringing it up right now is it's great that everybody has incredible design ideas, I'm sure that's things they wanna do, but no matter what the bottom line is, you have to look at what the expenditure is and what is gonna be equitable for the entire project.
Yeah.
So until he comes to 50% where he is, everything you're talking about is irrelevant. Because we don't even know if we can afford all the pieces that you're gonna be able to come up with. Just that front entrance alone, you have any idea how much it's gonna cost?
Glenn knows what we've been working with, so we know what was budgeted for Victory Field Phase 2. Well, it's been, look at the capital budget, it's budgeted for $3 million is what it's been budgeted at roughly for Phase 2.
Okay. Let's just,
Let's
one
look at the
conversation,
design,
okay.
yeah.
So,
From
Yeah.
the beginning of this, I was told
Not to
that
look
we're not to think of this from cost standpoint. That's to come later. Isn't that still the case here?
it is, and, within the confines of the overall design, which was sort of the $3 million budget, which we're sort of within that, but this isn't the body that decides.
Right.
So we need to nail down the sort of the design elements so that we can proceed further to
forward.
come up with cost estimates. So that's the point where our, and if it ends up being over budget and the council says go back to the drawing board, it goes back to the drawing board. But I think we've got to have a lot of experience doing recreation projects, and if things are too, we know what to do in terms of, including doing add alternates to try to work around it. So I did want to talk about maybe going back to the driveway treatment and just get a sense of what people like about the driveway.
I
There
just
was
wanted to,
there was sort of like
so you want the,
that's-
it's underneath that box.
Up in the box there, Kate.
There's sort of like two basic pavement treatments that were presented to us. Do people like the sort of the more, the concept 2 is the one with the geometric pattern, sort of the cross hatches. And remember, this is an aerial view, so if you're actually standing on the ground, it's going to look different than you, but then from looking at it at an airplane level. So the really sort of the two directions we're talking about, either sort of this complete pattern thing, or maybe a simpler paving with sort of highlighted color elements. Do people have any
Bit of white.
strong feelings one way or the other?
I like number 2.
So personally, I like number 2 better. I think
Two.
more texture is better, but,
I like 1.
2.
so, the 2 is the other one.
2.
So do we have a consensus that we like the more patterned pavement than the plain? Is that a
I
yes?
like 1 better, but
Okay, so that's,
They're both fine.
so that's a.
Yes, good.
All
Let's
right,
move
let's go
forward.
on, the very last sort of, let's leave aside the screening. That's just sort of a design concept. We can kind of do whatever we want with that. We don't need to design the art. But I assume people like the concept of having that fabric screening to sort of hide the backside. So that, I think that's a great concept, and we actually have done, the Arsenal's actually been doing that with a lot of their construction fences to hide the construction, and it really kind of,
Yes.
it looks great, so. So let's go and look at the tot lot. There was really sort of 3 concepts there, sort of the mounds, sort of this, the map of the Charles River kind of thing, or planters with seating around it. So, and I know Steve Magoon mentioned he liked the mounds better, a little more active play. Remember, this is the tot lot, it's a playground area for small kids, and I think, personally, I'm just going to say, I like concept 1 the best, because those mounds, kids can run up and down them, and I think gives them a little bit more thing. And with the curved bench along, separating the vegetation from it, you know, parents can sit there and watch the kids play. I'm a little concerned about the planters, with the seating with the planters. I think that's going to become a place where trash is going to accumulate. So what do people think? How many people, sorry, did you have something?
I just want to know, can we think about maybe taking elements of one and putting elements with some, for example, I like the elements of the mounds, but I'd rather not have that concave seawall, but rather the one it shows up on the second option with the more.
So that would be, that would be the mounds,
Yeah.
but instead of having a curved wall, we'd have a straight wall.
Yeah,
So that's another thing.
Where the trees are coming down.
Right against, that's your house. Right there. So how many people like, how many people like the mound concept in the public? It's the very last three pieces. So we like, how many people like, does anybody think that the planters is a good idea?
No, trash collection.
Yeah. Concept 3 is the.
Yes.
Yes, you do. It's the last one.
Yeah, the colors, we don't worry about the colors now. This is just sort of yeah. So okay, and then about the wall, do people like the straight wall or the curved wall? Curved.
Curve.
Fine, let's go with it. Go with one.
Huh?
Both curved ones.
So we like the
Concept
curved,
wall.
do people like the curved wall better?
Yes.
All right, so that's
Concept 1.
concept 1, I think, is the consensus.
I have to admit, Glenn, I do love what you did with the river. I wish we could incorporate that element someplace else, because it really does teach kids where they are in this community, and that is a wonderful element. So I don't know if that could be incorporated on top of that, seating, but I just wish we could incorporate that. Maybe that could be something on the panel, on the mural. I think that's really cool.
Okay, so we like that. We'll find a place to do
Place
the
'cause
Charles
it's-
River
yeah,
somewhere
It
else,
really is something that puts people in space,
but not here.
but maybe not. in that
Okay,
way.
before we adjourn, it's just 9:10.
Any question?
Any further yeah, Libby had her hand up, so I want to.
And there's.
Yeah, just come up and, for closing comments and just,
My name is Bill Furtado. I live on Westminster Ave. Glenn, it's really nice. But I think it misses on, we're sitting here talking, and athletic director kind of pointed out some major things that should be done and kind of blew them off. The project looks great. I love the design. The other thing I don't think happened here was there was no student athletes. Were there any student athletes on this committee? We're talking about recognizing them, but they were not even on this committee to talk about this. That could have been something to think about. Were the youth sports?
yeah, there was a youth sports
Yes.
and the athletic director for the school
Well, that
department.
was Mr. Leif who left in between.
No,
he left at the end.
He was here till the end,
Okay.
so he was here till the end, so.
But no student athletes were involved in anything?
No.
Okay. I think this should have been a, can I speak,
Sure, no,
please?
hold.
Can I
No,
speak, please?
Bill's, one at a time, please.
Thank you.
Bill's speaking, so. Good.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. You can hold it like a lounge singer.
Yeah, but I might drop it. I don't speak well, Vinny. I don't think they were represented. I don't think youth sports were represented here. I know Mr. Leif was involved. I don't know what, the netting, I think that's very important. You think an MIA rule and the athletic director can check with this when student athletes are on the field. Tony, we had this with the permit thing. I don't think anybody else is allowed on that field. So the field may have to be closed. So you may want to check on that. I think, Tony, we had that when we were talking about the permits, Peter. So that's another thing. but it'll be very dangerous, especially with lacrosse, to be on that track when they're tossing balls. But again, I have a problem with the whole thing. Glenn, great job. It looks beautiful. I think it'll be beautiful once everybody in this room designs it. Again, not a designer, so I'm going to leave it to you guys. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you. Libby, you had something to say.
Libby Shaw, Trees for Watertown. I actually have...
A little closer, Libby, please.
Okay, I have questions for Nick, I think. You're in charge of the landscaping for this project, correct?
Yeah, I'm one of the people. But
Okay. So all along, we've been very interested in preserving our existing trees, and I really appreciate the fact that your plan shows that. But I'm very interested to know, when I look at the trees at the corner there near the parking lot, those existing trees, we know that big mature trees like these have a root area that goes out beyond the drip line. We know that there's a major challenge there in terms of how you're going to protect those trees. You have to very consciously protect those trees. You have to design how you're going to work on that, how you're going to construct it and maintain the protection of the trees. I'd be interested to know what kind of root area you've been planning for to make sure that those trees do actually survive long-term, and how they're going to be protected during construction, because if you don't plan it from the very beginning, it's not going to happen, and those trees will get sick and die from root damage.
So typically, there's a critical root zone, and that can be determined by the DBH.
Would you grab a mic, Nick? Because one of the complaints is when people try to view these videos, they can't hear people, so thank you.
Yeah, so with these trees, and we deal with this issue on a lot,
Just a little closer.
Okay. We deal with these issues on a lot of retrofits where you have the existing trees, and we're also trying to do a lot of hardscape work around them. So it's all determined by the site walkthrough. There's a critical root zone. It's determined by the diameter at breast height of these trees, and then there's a formula for how far out you usually want to go for the disturbance. And you mentioned the drip line. The drip line's also a good rule of thumb, where you look up and you see where the canopy is, and if you cut down from there, you know that whatever is inside of that drip line is the critical root zone. So what we have on this site that's a little bit of a unique situation is we already have this current roadway going through, and we have people that have been parking kind of up into this area, so we already know that there is damage to these roots, and we could guess that these roots are extending far beyond that critical root zone. But with the new addition of the track and the sidewalks that we're going to be placing in very close to the existing extents of the hardscape, we could expect that, and this would all be with an arborist approval, that given the maximum amount of space that we could, that these trees would be able to survive based off of what they're already being subjected to with the existing hardscape and disturbance that they're seeing. And again, all of this would have to be cleared by a town arborist, and they would have to go out and make sure that the health of the trees is in a condition where they could take on that kind of stress. But I would not expect that for these particular trees that the amount of stress that they're seeing right now would be compounded by what we're proposing with the new plans.
So my concern is that the construction that you're talking about is actually on the side of the trees where they actually have good root zone. It's on the inside.
Yes.
That's where those trees are actually probably getting most of their nutrients, and so you're going to basically be doing things to the trees on the side where they're supporting themselves. So it's really important that very deliberate planning goes into this, and not just going on the say-so of the town arborist, but consulting with people who know how to make trees survive through construction projects to make sure that these trees really do have long, healthy lifetimes extending after this project is finished.
Yes, agreed, and that's something that we do need to pay close attention to. And a lot of what's happening on the track side is a function of moving from a 6-lane to an 8-lane sprint track. So that is where we're seeing the extra hardscape coming closer.
Right. So there are strategies for protecting the roots, air spading, surfaces that cover to keep heavy equipment from going over them. It's really important that our trees are protected going forward. Then I also wanted to make a general quick comment, you guys. We just recently lost a tree in Victory Field under circumstances that are painful to read about. Our park trees really ought to be protected in the same way that our public shade trees are. They are public shade trees, but they're not protected by the Public Shade Tree Act. It makes me angry, and it is so painful to know the circumstances under which we lost a major healthy tree. Other solutions could have been found. I'm really concerned that this is going to be a precedent in Watertown. It's very important that we establish protocols going forward that protect our park trees equally with our public shade trees. It's very disappointing what happened.
Thank you. Kate.
Hello, Kate Coyne, Watertown. Howdy. I wanted to thank the committee because I've gone to a lot of these meetings, and it was a long, very long route of meetings. I just wanted to say, as a nearby abutter, I'm not getting everything I want, and everyone's not getting everything they want, but we are serving the needs of the students and of the constituents around the town. Which is what a committee is supposed to be doing. So it looks like a very nice facility from the drawings. I'm looking forward to, I go there a lot. I use a lot of the greenery, the oval, the track, basketball, and I'm looking forward to be using it in the future also. Thank you.
Thanks. Peter?
Just last comments. I'm going to read from the Town of Watertown Open and Recreation Space that was approved by the Town Council. Just an explanation of what Victory Field is.
Peter, that's not necessary, okay? So I'm going to ask you to stop.
Okay, then
Everyone
I have
heard it.
a... Then I have
Everyone
a...
here's heard it and read it, okay? Do you have any questions about...
I do have a question.
Comments on the 25% design? Let's
Well,
get
I do
back
have a question. Just in terms of my understanding and what we've done for other capital projects in my private life of capital projects, the 25% time frame is the time when you do, if you think you need to make adjustments, you recommend adjustments. And I'm just a little frustrated that some of the points that were brought up were kind of just not, they were ignored and not attended to. So I would say, I think the 25%, and Glenn, maybe you could help me, generally when you go into 25%, those are the times when you make some recommendations for adjustments. Is that true? In generally.
Usually spatial adjustments, and that's when you start to take everything that you've got on a plan and you take it
Right.
for construction.
Right, and again, my friend from the conservation issue, we met about 4 times to approve the 25%, and that plan changed. Leo, how many times? About 6 or 7, and you finally came up with a recommendation. But that's what I'm a little confused about.
This is the time, if we want to make some design changes, we can.
Okay.
But you need to understand that this is within the context of decisions that were already made, and we can't, to use the expression, continue to keep moving the goalposts, because we can't start from scratch at every meeting. So we've gone through a very long public process. The legislative body has weighed in on this twice about the direction that we are to take, and this committee is constrained by the decisions, votes that were made by the council. And, you may disagree with that on a personal basis, but as the recreation director, you are tasked with carrying out the direction of the appropriating body.
Benny, may I?
And so, no, hold on a second. So if you have, we have a report, it's been accepted, it was a unanimous vote by the ad hoc committee, it went to the council voted unanimously on it, and that forms the basis for giving the direction to Glenn. And Glenn is tasked with carrying out those instructions. So if there's something here, now's the time to change it, but, clearly we can't add more parking because there's really no place to put more parking. Clearly, we're not adding artificial turf because that's outside the mandate of this scope of this project. So within those, we can move things around, we can change things around, but we are constrained by, sort of the physical aspects of the site. And if you really can speak to that, you should, but.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I just want to point out that the nets is not for the safety of the players, and that's for the safety of the spectators. So that's really not, to be fair, that's really not a good comparison. And the decision that was made, well, they would never run track and play lacrosse. So no, that is never, so the athletic director was very clear about, what is being used at different times. And, this field has been used since the track was installed. This current version of the track was installed, 28 years ago?
Right.
And there really hasn't been any issues with it, and certainly that was a decision that the community made. And that was the decision the community made. And if the decision is when it's going to be used by either adult sports or track, that the gates would be shut and the public would not be able to use the track for recreational purposes when the school department has their permit for certain things. And I think that's fair. And if that's what we do, that's what we do. And that was sort of the compromise that we came up with. And everybody seemed to think that would work. So that was the recommendation of the committee. That was the sort of the will of the council. And could we go back and revisit that? Certainly could, but, we can't, at some point, we got to say, unless there's a compelling reason that we want to go back to the town council and say, change this and now add netting around it, I don't really see that happening. So I think that's how we have to, this is a shared park. It's used by school athletics, it's used by youth sports, and it's used by the public. And if the lacrosse is permit to use the field inside the oval, we had that discussion during the committee meetings, and the simplest suggestion was to put a sign and bungee cord it to the three gates. Say the field is closed, reserved for Watertown Public School sports. And so for that 2 hours, the public can't use it for recreation purposes because another organization has actually permitted the field. Same thing, we actually have a big problem with track where people seem to think if students are running on the track, they can run on the track too. And it's like, it's crazy. So we really need to, if the Watertown Public Schools athletics has reserved the field, then they have reserved it, and other people have to say you can't use it between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It was just going to be too visually intrusive to the neighborhood. And it was really, and it would be for the amount of time that the field is used, that the nets would be protecting, walkers on the track compared to, 95% of the time, they'd be serving no purpose. And it had to do with the concept of open space.
So Mark Leonard spoke to it as well for soccer. He
Yeah,
didn't think it was at all necessary.
Yeah, and youth sports said that they didn't really need it. So part of it, removing the utility poles and the overhead wires was to create a more open park-like space. And it just, the feeling was that 40-foot high poles completely surrounding the field would really change the look and feel of the thing. We had many, many discussions about that, but I will just say that the decision was made. At some point, you got to say, a decision was made, we got to move on. And like the artificial turf, the decision was made, and we're moving on. So I really, it's almost 9:30, so I'd like to
This
kind
is
of.
just a quickie about the plan, though, for Glenn, if I could say quickly.
Okay.
The only thing I would add, Glenn, about the plan is, given that area where you have the shelter, whatever, that's a big activity area when meets are going on and people going around. So again, I'm not sure about having tables there. I think 3 tables at the other end near Orchard would be great, and maybe you could put a couple of tables under the shelter, but I'm just saying that area is much smaller now with the 2 lanes going in, et cetera, and that shelter, so I would keep it more open in the sense of people mill about there a great deal. So just, it seems tight to me, given
Okay.
everything. That's it.
Thank you. Lisa?
Question, can you just clarify on the netting, so number 11, page 6 of 10 of this report? Was there discussion, is there technology where nets can be, raise it lower? Or, 'cause it sounds like
You're right, the poles will be there all the time, though.
The issue was the poles.
The poles will be there all the time, so
Not
you'd have complete, this ring of 40-foot-high poles.
Right. It was
Was the feeling that if you had the nets, the victory field could be open at the time that the Oval being used?
Well, and also just the operation and the maintenance, it sounds like you could just go there, roll them up and down, but the reality is,
Not so much operation, but it would allow victory field to be open if nets were up during play and
Yes.
be protected. I'm just clarifying.
so yes, I guess the answer is yes, yeah.
Can I just clarify 2 things? We do practice lacrosse and track at the same time. Actually, tomorrow, we have a baseball game at 4 o'clock on the turf. And then when the baseball game's over, we have a lacrosse game at 7. So baseball's at 7 tomorrow, lacrosse is in the afternoon. So that'll be over by about 9 o'clock. So in order for the girls lacrosse team, which I actually am ironically coaching, to practice, we have to practice on the grass tomorrow from 3:30 to 5:30, and track will be going on during the same time. So we do practice at the same time as some of those teams. Just I wanted to make sure that was on the record as right. And the second thing I wanted to confirm is, so if we do have lacrosse practice tomorrow at 3:30, and we didn't have a track practice, it would be my job to tell everybody they could not go on the track while we were practicing due to having no netting. That was my 2 questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we had discussed that, and that was what,
Yeah, I wasn't here, so.
no, that's what the previous athletic director signed up for.
Okay.
And again, we talked about the easiest way would be a sign with a bungee cord, and you just bungee cord the gates shut.
Okay.
Say, please stay off from till 5 o'clock, or whatever it is. All right, any other thing? Steve, were you raising your hand, or you just?
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that the only, and in the interest of going home, because I feel miserable, and I want to adjourn this meeting, in the interest of moving on, it seems to me the only issue that seems to have come up for any discussion is the field nets, and whether that's even discussed or not. Glenn, based on what we've told him today, he has several options he needs to come back to us with. We're not making a vote for a final design tonight anyway. Can we just put all that on hold and go home, please?
Yes.
At least narrows it down to one issue. We're not talking about artificial turf. That was not before this committee. We're not talking about parking. There's no place to put it. So I would make that motion.
What's the motion?
Make the motion to,
I would make a motion that we ask Glenn to come back to us with a revised design based on the conversation tonight. If we want to revisit if the committee wants to revisit the issue of field netting, that seems to be the only open issue, and that we then adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that motion.
So here's the problem. So this is not posted as meeting, so we're not taking any votes, and there will be no motions, because under the open meeting law, this was just to review it and not make any substantial changes. And I will point out that since the recommendation of the town council, both the committee and the town council, was to not install netting, absent a vote of the town council, that decision stands, and we don't, that exceeds the mandate of what we're doing here tonight, so I'm sorry that we can't take a vote. Yes, sir.
I just want to understand, I think our next step, although there's a couple things we need to kind of have options, I think our next step is to take this plan to 50%.
Yeah. So Glenn, so to 50%, and then we'll kind of come back and reconvene and look at it and weigh in on what we've done from 50%. So we asked that 25%, 50%, 75% that we have, or whatever it is, I don't have the 50 and 90.
So
Jesus. Just hold, yes, sir, Tony.
Thank you. There are a couple of things that you're still going to work on, like the entrance to Marion. Some things you said you didn't do yet that you're still going to do, where they'll show up in the 50% design?
Correct. As we take the construction set to 50%, anything like the entrance, we'll create.
Not the entrance to Victory Field, the back of it. I thought we were doing something on the Marion side.
Marion Road.
Down out by
Marion
the
Road.
tennis courts he's talking about.
Please. We will incorporate something there in 50%, and we'll do a graphic to support that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so that's it. We can go home. Thank you, cable TV. So.